dudes? What up? Alright. Let's go. Dude, I was playing like all night last night. I was up until like 4 in the morning. It was insane, actually. I killed a lot of stuff. Setting up chatbot. I was in a I was like traveling around my world yesterday, and like the lag was just insane, and so now I have to file a bug report because of that, because my worlds keep breaking shit. What up? Hey, what's up, Weaver? Hey, dude. I have Cheez-Its as well. Last night's orc purging went very well. I have 40 skulls. I have a full stack, and I have 10, and then I have 3 warg pelts, actually, which was a very lucky drop chance for me. Because I killed exactly 3 orcs for that, or 3 wargs. Like, the very first wargs that I killed, too, so. Regular Cheez-Its. Got the originals. I am an enjoyer, though, of the extra cheddar and the extra toasty ones and the white cheddar ones as well. Make sure I have stuff on me. So I'm making some lebus spread before I left today. Spicy ones? I haven't tried spicy Cheez-Its. That sounds pretty good, though. I might actually go ahead and try that. Okay. That's that one. I really need to name this mapstone, so I'll probably do that first thing. It's just because I keep moving it, so... Oh, that's new. The UI is stuck. The UI for the map in the corner is stuck. Yo! What's up, man? What is up, yo? His name is Yo with 3 O's. Oh, thank you, bro. I appreciate that. I do all this for funs. Also, I have a F hand lamp in like a weird position. I'm not sure if I like this. I usually like to hide it inside the pillar, but for whatever reason, there's just nothing in that pillar. So, yep. We're visiting the garden trolls. Okay. I need to remember where I left off on this. I was working on the back half of it, wasn't it? Yeah, this is what I was working on. Dudes, what's up, Special? Thank you, sir. Oh. Oh. Nice. I love floating platforms. Oh yeah, I was working really hard on this middle archway when I was like, the last time that I was on here, because it was like, so like this main walkway actually isn't linear at all. Like none of this entire area is symmetrical. So yes, yeah, so yeah, I did this. I think that's what I left out on. And then I built the back half of it, but I didn't really like commit to a design on the back half because it's, you know, not it's circular and I can only build in corners. PS5, nice, dude. Yeah, you know, PS5 people got really lucky. They got this game early. I've played like 1,300 hours. I'm like approaching 1,400 hours at this point. There's Tabasco Cheez-Its. I need to find them now. I'm a fan of the Takis crisps. I don't know if you guys ever have ever tried that one. It's basically Takis, but in like Pringle chip form. It even comes in like a Pringle can kind of thing, and they're amazing. I love them. I can't help myself when I get them. I completely devour them. Yeah, dude. Like, I don't know about the there's the other kind of chips too, which are like, you know, regular potato chip Takis. I forget what they're called, but they're not that good in my opinion. The blue ones? The blue Takis? No, I've only tried the regular ones. I tried the orange ones. And the orange ones are like, what, jalapeno or something? Jalapeno cheddar or something like that flavor. And it was alright. It's not spicy enough for me, though. If I'm eating hot chips, I really want the heavy on the spicy part. Jalapeno cheddar. Yeah, so jalapeno cheddar Cheetos is different. That's actually really good. But the jalapeno flavored Cheez-Its are, they're aight. Not the best flavor in the world for me, personally. I like my Fuego ones, and sometimes I'll even add Tapatio in there, just cause. And then I wonder why later that day I'm having stomach problems. Oh, it looks like I'm just gonna have to deal with it right here. Alright, so what's your guys's go-to chips? Like, if you're at a gas station and you're really hungry or something. Like, what's the chip that you like 100% of the time always buy for road trips or whatever it is? Cheetos. Hot Cheetos or just regular Cheetos? Sour cream and onion lays. Nice. Sour cream and onion lays. Those are pretty good. I haven't had those in a while, actually. Now that I think about it. The hot ones. Hell yeah. Have you guys tried the extra flamin' hot Cheetos? It's like the black bag. Shit's awesome. I love them. Unironically though, the extra flamin' hot ones are still, I would still like them to be even spicier. It's, yeah, extra flamin' hot is really good. I highly recommend. Just you know, like if you're not used to, if you think like regular hot Cheetos are spicy, those ones are a little bit spicier. They're not as spicy as I would like them to be, but you know, I'm also a masochist when it comes to spicy stuff. I really like it when I really like spicy food. Unfortunately, my stomach disagrees with me, so, and then I get acid reflux. Oh, yeah, autosave. I'm like, did it finally happen? Did I finally break the game? There's Flamin' Hot Ranch Doritos? Oh, on a separate note, I'll never forgive... excuse me. I'll never forgive Taco Bell for getting rid of the Cool Ranch Doritos Locos Tacos. They done fucked up. Bring back my boy. You gotta bring back my boy. Cool Ranch Doritos Locos Tacos. Yeah, you know, Taco Bell has a habit of creating like really freaking good like limited availability items that stay for a long time, and then getting rid of it. They're like, it seems like this what was the last, this Doritos Loco Taco is pretty popular. Would be a shame if we got rid of it. Hold on, I gotta make sure that I can actually get up the staircase before I do this. Getting up the staircase is ideal. Cool. Nice. All right. Maybe I don't need this. Yeah, that's fine. I don't mind the little pokey out of the stairs right there. Besides, if I place a column there, it'd basically do the same thing. Is this the taller than normal? Or is this... Yeah, it is the taller than normal. Rest in peace, Intrito. Hell yeah, dude. I have to say that Taco Bell isn't that good. Really? Alright. That's okay, though. I mean, to be fair, like you might be onto something there, because Taco Bell is... Like, I have it pretty rarely. But I do like their 5-layer burrito. I am partial to that. I do like the beefy 5-layer burrito. Comes with like the cheese and stuff. It's really good. Knew I was gonna have to destroy one of these things. Taco Bell was for first Yobs. I have a bias toward their foods. Oh yeah, for me my first job was actually working at McDonald's, and they made me do everything there. Almost everything except kitchen work. Like the kitchen work was like, I don't know, it was weird. It was like seniored people were the only ones allowed to work in the kitchen for some reason. Seniored as in like, you know, people that were there for like hella long. Spicy potato tacos and cheesy Frito burritos. Ooh. Why have I heard of neither of those things? Uh-oh. The dog bark. Bark, bark, bark. Kaiba. Hey, what you doing? He's here. Play on Xbox? No, I actually play on PC. I just use a wired Xbox controller. I did start off on Xbox though. That's how I started my gaming journey. It all well, actually it was with Super Nintendo 64. And look at this boy, he's here. Hi boy. You can't really see him. Yeah, boy. Yeah, I started off on Super Nintendo 64 when I was super young, and then I got the PlayStation 1, and then I got the Xbox, and I was running with Xbox for a long time. Look at this boy. He just wanted attention. He also wants Cheez-Its. Sit. Give me the paw. Wow. Good boy. He's a good boy. He took his Cheez-It and ran over there. You started with Nintendo 3DS. Nice. 3DS was pretty good. My sisters had those. I was jealous because I never got one, but they did. You know, it's like a sibling rivalry thing. And I was the oldest. I am the oldest still, but yeah. He used to not take food gently. My dog, by the way. I had to teach him how to be gentle, otherwise he would nearly get your finger. He didn't understand though. He was just, you know, puppy at the time, really excited to get food. That's not so bad. It is kind of narrow, but, you know, it's whatever. Also, there's a gap right there. There you go. Man, I kind of wish I could change, like, the building camera sometimes. Because I'm like right up against the light of the torch right here. I know I can go like up, but it doesn't really change much for me in this narrow area. Who's calling? Oh, it's Banfield. My doggo's got a speaking of my doggo, he's actually got a vet appointment tomorrow. I gotta take him to. Poor boy. We took him to the groomer on like We took him to the groomer, like, I want to say, like, last Wednesday. Or, yeah, last Wednesday. And he came back all slow, and he was hurting. I think he pulled a muscle or something. That's... meh. So anyway, I mentioned this to a couple friends, but... So we took him to the groomer that he's been going to for a while now. And... before that, he was fine. He's laying down right here next to me. Before that, he was fine. He was, you know, running around, jumping around. He's a pretty high energy dog. And then, like, come later on that day, I picked him up. He was kind of slow to get into the car and stuff. He was kind of slow to, like, get up and get down. He was kind of whimpering, and then, like, he was, like, lethargic, too. So he was just, like, standing there in, like, the doorway for, like, the longest time. Or, like, doorway and, or, like... You know, just like in the hallway and stuff. He wouldn't lay down. So I tried to pick him up onto the onto the couch, and he was pretty vocal that he was hurt. So that's why we're taking him. That's why we're taking him to the vet. He's fine now. And I was reading about how, like, you know, dogs sometimes, like they tense up so much because they're so stressed out at, like, the groomer, you know, especially if they're, like, really scared of the groomer. And they just, like, you know, if they're older especially, they'll just, like, pull muscles or something, or they'll like, you know, hurt, like, accidentally get hurt, or, you know. We didn't have any reason to believe that, like, the groomer did anything, but we did ask if anything was unusual, and the groomer was like, well, the only thing that was out of place was that he didn't fight me this time when I was trying to trim his nails. And by fight, you know, he gets mouthy. That's it. He doesn't bite or anything. This might work. Depends on how far this goes outside. Nope, unacceptable. Kaiba. We'll just leave it like that, I think, because it's kind of... We'll do this instead. I'm fine with that. And this can go, because it's out of line with everything else in here. Cool. Alright, I need to do an outside inspection of this. Just make sure nothing's sticking through the wall all weird and stuff. Seems okay. Seems alright. Yep, alright. Making sure there's no other sticky pieces. Kaiba demands his blue eyes white dragon Chuchoy. Yeah. Yeah, like aw, sorry to hear about that, yo. Sorry to hear about your dog. Stress injury. Yeah, I think so, dude, because he was totally fine beforehand, so that's kind of why I'm kind of leaning toward it was like a, you know, stress related injury or something. Can I make it? Yes, you can. Especially since now he's, you know, now he's okay. Like the first day after that, after he went to the groomer, he was, like, whimpering. He couldn't really get up. He would cry when, let out a little, like, you know, doggy cry. The little whistling sound, you know, when he would try to get up. And then, and the second day, and he was moving kind of slow in general. Like, walking him was, you know, he was going up and down the stairs kind of slow and stuff, too. So, the second day after that, he's been okay. This is now, what, like, a week after, almost. And he seems okay now. It was last Thursday, by the way. I got that wrong. Last Thursday was his grooming appointment, because I had to pick him up, I remember. And I played Battle for Middle-earth 2 on that day. I remember. It was that same day. Alright, dude. Thanks for popping by. Yo. Thank you, dude. Have a good night's sleep. Okay. Autosave again. Super flat up here right now. Okay, I'm getting distracted, so let's continue doing actually productive things. This looks pretty good. And then I need to figure out how I want this to be supported, if I want it to just float in the air like that or not. I wish I could, like, destroy these. They look nice, but... And I stuck a brazier in them. Same thing over here. I want to build a little side walkway to it, but these things are in the way. Troll skin, yeah. Unfortunately, I haven't gotten any, like, enough of the troll skin stuff, like right here. Like, I've been trying to find trolls, but you know, I can't. So, but they do look really, really nice. Same thing with these. And the chair. The chair looks very regal. Also, like, yet again, they release a really nice chair set that I would like to sit in, and we still can't sit. I do have these spikes, though. I got 40, what's it called? Skulls. From, like, my absolute killing spree yesterday. Alright, I'm gonna put this out here for the orcs to see. Don't come over here. I'll kill ye. Oh, these are cool. These are cool. I like these. I also have enough to place these bad boys. Oh, wait. Oh, I'm outside of the radius. Okay, I was like... I can place these. And I can place this, too. We use the orc skulls to light it on fire. It's cool. It's great that we have a flame variant of this. And now I want one that just uses wood or something, or is like more like a lantern type situation. This does look cool though. I like that it's already a lamp that I can hang. Yeah, die you filthy rackus. Exactly, dude. 100. That does look cool. We just need a flame, right? Regular flame variant. Yeah, look really sick. Like a hanging brazier type situation. Alright. Oh, I did get some warg hide too. But I don't think I have enough. Yeah, I need 2 more with some salt to get the pelt. But yeah. Bones. Bones in front of my very, very nice build. Very, very nice elven building. Yeah, dude. Plot against the king. No way. You know what I could do to make the walkway, I mean. I could do something like this. And then like have like a no, that doesn't really work all that well. I mean, maybe. I was thinking I could have like a separate staircase right here, but because I set the staircase up like this, I would need to bring it back 1. And then that would put things out of alignment again. Did I bring gold? I did not. Also, this is covered. Alright. Adamant. I might have to move the hearth again, as annoying as that sounds. Oh, no, never mind. Forgot that I can clamber onto it. One thing I want to make sure of, though. I just need to make sure that this is all... It's not going to be completely uniform, but... I can already see that it's not uniform. I will try to make it uniform. Yeah, didn't think so. Okay, so right about there is where I need to have the walls set up. Yeah, it does make the thing kind of narrow. That's okay. Narrow stairways are fine. As long as you can get up of them. Get up the side. It's funny how much of the original design I have to compromise so far. I knew it was bound to happen. I just, you know, it's always fun to find out just how much actually. This needs to go down for a sec. Ooh, perfect. It does cover this gap too, just a little bit more. Yeah, alright. Cool. Decided to take a break from the ambient music today, by the way. Mostly because I can't focus on any of the conversations recently without if I'm also listening to the cool ambient music. My mind just gets too overloaded. Hey, Nathan, what's up? What's up, bro? Oh, I forgot that I have my mic, my head cam, my webcam down. I had it down earlier because my dog came in and visited me. So I was showing the dog. Okay. They said they fixed stair snapping, and it already does feel better. Okay, that's looking decent. Need to decide what I want to do with like this general area, because I know if I'm just gonna bring it up, right, like this. Should I also archway it? Oh, that is not at all. Snap, ow. Snap to the stuff that I need it to be. Where is all of my fiber? I left it in the chest, didn't I? The chest bag at the keep. Yeah, so like I said at the beginning, I was up late last night. I booted up a brand new sandbox on the highest settings, and I just went ballistic with this beautiful new axe. It's amazing. I love it. It's so cool. I have some other high quality images of it too. Like, it's freaking sick. And so that's how I ended up with like 40 orc skulls. It's awesome. I've never made a cosplay prop before in my life. Like, I've never handmade one in anyway. But now I'm willing to try just for this axe. I might fail epically, but, you know, test my skills with cardboard. Yeah. I'll try to make the helmet too, but I'm not really good at that. I'm not really good at any of these. Any cosplay related thing that requires me to hand make my own thing. Dude it. Do it. Kill him, Anakin. Kill him now. Do it. See, I don't understand how Anakin didn't immediately know based on like just how he says do it in that scene, that hey, maybe this guy might be evil. Mountain Dew. Dude, I haven't had Mountain Dew in forever. I'm all jacked up on Mountain Dew. What is going on? Oh my gosh. The laggies. Yeah, like, come on, man. Like, the dude says, do it. And, like in, like, the weirdest, like, evilly charged voice ever. in the history of mankind. And Anakin's like, nah, this dude's my bro. He's probably just joking or something. I don't know. Anyway, I'm gonna join the dark side now and kill a bunch of young kids. Thanks, Nathan. Yeah, five streams of this. Actually, technically 6 if you want to count the one where I did like half a stream of building this. But yeah, I was thinking about like moving this design down one and then doing arches right there too. That way it would like arch all the way through. But I don't want to do that for a couple of reasons. Because if I break any of these floors, there's a good chance that all of them come down. There's a decent chance, at least. Decent. It's not up to whatever OSHA standards that dwarves have, for sure. I mean, there's plenty of columns. There's just not, you know. It's not of sound design. Cool. So I'm trying to look at like my design right here. I'm not sure if I like the whole. I think it's because I had to close that thing right there. Oh, Grandma, not my prison shank. Dude. Okay, so this is looking okay. Like the heads, I wish I could just like place by themselves, the heads of these. Because not being able to place them by themselves kind of sucks. Like I can place the thin part of it, right? But it comes with the whole wall. I don't really want the whole wall. I just want the cool piece in the center. Right? So I think I'm gonna go back on this decorative wall thing because like as you go up, a lot of it is blocked by this whole like entrance thing that I did. So there's no point in like having extra accents if you're not gonna see them anyway. Plus I have to seal off the roof somehow in a cool way here too, so anyway, just like I said, like on Discord, like all week before this DLC dropped, this is like the only armor I'm gonna be wearing forever. The only helmet that I'll ever be wearing forever too. Just because I like mohawks. How did that happen? Yeah, and I went overboard anyway. I went overboard last night. I was up until 4 a.m. I was just having way too much fun. It was a really good time for me. And yeah. My wife would have something to say about me staying up until 4 in the morning playing games, but I had a lot of fun. I was waiting all day, dude. Like, I was like, man, this DLC is gonna drop on a Tuesday, and I'm gonna be stuck at work all day. And all day today. Like, I was lucky, though. Thanks to my wife, she had, like, took care of the dog early in the morning and stuff, so love her for that. And a couple of other things. She got up really early and was, pretty productive. And so I ended up not having to do like a bunch of like chores that I normally have to do in the morning. So I had time to play. It was like 20 minutes, and that was just enough time for me to put on the outfit, craft the axe, and then take a couple screenshots. all of like 15 or 20 minutes, and I had to download the update too. People are making me kind of concerned though. There's a couple people that have some small amount of people that have like really strange bugs, and it got me kind of concerned. There's one dude in the Discord who was like, "Oh yeah, like the orcs respawned, you know, in the area that I had already built," and I was like, "Oh no." And so I loaded up the Upper City world, and I was like, "Dude, if imagine if all the orc stuff respawned in my Upper City. There's no way. There's so much stuff there." Yeah, their fix for the fourth axe fragment too doesn't seem to be retroactive, unfortunately too. So I do feel kind of bad for those people that can't find their fourth axe of Durin and have to like go through the warehouse or something. It's good that we have the warehouse for that reason, though, to be fair, but it does suck. Couldn't imagine getting locked out of like progression as a whole, you know, because some silly piece that you need for the story is just not gonna exist at all. Yeah, like I'm wondering, like, you know, if something like that ever were to actually happen, I'm wondering how many orcs would be able to actually spawn, because top to bottom Dwarf is pretty oh, I can't do that. Top to bottom Dwarf that I've, you know, is pretty stacked with building parts and stuff. Either they spawn regardless of all the stuff that I've built, which means that they would spawn inside of some of the buildings, or they break the buildings, and in which case I'd be like, well, it wouldn't be the first time that's happened, but that one would kind of hurt me. If anything happens to my Upper City, it would hurt me a little bit. I'd be kind of upset. But, you know, it wouldn't be the first time. I have a really terrible opinion on my buildings breaking, because I think I got so desensitized to it after like some of the early game, some of like the super early bugs that the game experienced back in the day, that resulted in me like having to build things like basically to only stand long enough for me to take a video of it, and then for it to allow it to just get knocked down, basically. I'm wondering if I can just arch this, and then that way this part makes sense. They said I did some work to these arch pieces too. I'm wondering what they fixed specifically. And I don't think this is going to be aligned the way that I want it to be. Hold on. I need to get somewhere else. This weird angle right here. Oh, that's nice. They do kind of snap better. just need to know that it's like the same height. That's it. If it's the same height, then I don't have to worry about it. It is not the same height. It is... So this side is slightly higher than that side. And I know why it is. It's because of the staircase that's right here on this side. So I have to position everything, like, up a little bit more. Durr. You're excited for the story DLC? Hope they can open up the end. Hell yeah, dude. Endless Stair, or the mystery of Abunda Chateau, would be really good. I'm really interested to see what additional story they can come up with, because I think the story for the game was pretty solid already, you know. Wonder. That might work. Oh yeah, special. How is Sleepy liking Vox Machina? Interesting. Second stair build. It's I. Okay. Just I. Whoa. That's like the first time I ever see a piece like wig out like that. Like shaky. She's enjoying it. All right. Yeah. Who's your favorite characters, dude? I don't know, man. Like, so okay, so like for me personally, like none of those characters would be characters that I would pick as favorites traditionally, but because of the way they all like synergize, I like all of them. But like, of course I like the Bard Scanlan the most. I like Scanlan and I like Grok. Or Grog. Nope. Doesn't seem like it cooperates very nicely. I'm wondering how like the whole like suggestive romance thing works for Scanlan and the priest character, because I find it kind of strange. It's not it's not that I don't see that as see them as a possibility. It's just like, how did that, like, is that like a thing that they put in, or is that like, you know, like a real life thing? You know what I mean? Ooh, dark iced out. Yeah, I haven't had a chance to try it. I have it in a brew skin with me. It's on my person right now. So I'll give it a go in a second here, since it is nighttime. Let's see if I can. Ooh. It's almost perfect. It's missing something, though. Yeah, I'm kind of leaning toward the, like, it probably was like more for the show, because that's how it usually is with that kind, with, like, you know, like stuff based off of real life. But I don't know for sure. My wife is the one that watches Critical Role, like, actually, and watches that campaign specifically. Kind of started playing sandbox. Have had really much desire to play a campaign world all the way through. I mean, like, for the most part, you're not missing out on anything, Weaver. But I would say try and work your way through a campaign at some point or another. The story is a little bit more structured. It's not like in the background. I mean, for more or less the most part, like, the structure and flow of the game is the same. The bosses that you fight are the same, right? It's just you do it in a very linear way, and there are certain rooms in the game that you're, you know, like, missing out on, and one of those would be this room that I'm in actually now, the Elven Quarter. You do have Elven Refuge rooms, but the big Elven Quarter room isn't in Sandbox, which sucks, but it's the unfortunate reality. Oh, okay. Never mind. I thought you said you were playing. Finally get more out of sense since I've beaten the campaign. Yeah. Like, honestly, in that regard, you're not really missing out much. The campaign is more or less for, like, first. I would say it's more or less for first time playthroughs at this point. Like if you're still, like, learning the game and stuff, then I would say, God dang it, I fell. I would say you get more out of the campaign in that case. But to be fair, I am building in a campaign world, and the only reason is because the layouts are predictable. The layouts are predictable, and also the... Hold on, I need to place that one, and then that one needs to go there. Hold on, let me take a look at this. Yep, looks good. I think, like, the only thing that you'd be missing out on is just, like, the... I guess, like, just, you know, having linear room. If it's for building, just having the desolation in the Elven Quarter, and that's it. Gameplay-wise, it's basically the same game. In fact, I would like honestly, if they do get the generation down good enough, I kind of almost would want them to make sandbox the standard mode, as opposed to campaign mode. I know that they spent time crafting the story for campaign, and I think that can still be shown through sandbox in some form. Like, you can still have locked off areas, you know what I mean? But I really would want them to have to lean in more into the sandbox style, you know. Yeah, you do, like, so I mean, in my opinion, there's a reason why you get more out of the whole like campaign versus sandbox thing, and the main reason is that sandbox is the traditional like survival craft experience, right? It's random. It's randomly generated. It's a bigger map. You don't know what to expect on every level. There's like a general format, right, where you can find things, but generally speaking, it's not predictable, right? Whereas in campaign mode, everything's predictable. You know where everything is. The rooms are the same no matter what. The main rooms are the same no matter what. The rooms that make up those areas are different. But the overall, I guess, roller coaster of the game would be, or track of the game, I guess, would be the same. So it's just, there you go. I wanted to get this part of it. Favorite thing about campaign? Yeah, like that part of it can be fixed, I think, for sandbox reasons. Like, you can have certain rooms if you can have certain rooms stick together no matter what, I feel like they would fix a lot of the problems in sandbox. It is kind of strange in sandbox that, like, you go to the mithril forge that's on the 4th level, and then the mithril load is on the bottom. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not sure what Dwarf planned that out, but it's clear that they like walking. Can deal with the asymmetry in here because it's not like the thing anyway. Okay, now I put there you go. And I need a light up here, or do I? No, it's fine. This lamp is more than enough. Yeah, that looks good. I mean, it's not centered at all. It's not ever going to be centered. But this is good enough. Good enough. I mean, and who's really gonna, like, be looking at all of these ceilings other than me? They could eventually replace the Last Stand with the Desolation and move the Last Stand down to the 4th Deep. Yeah, you know, like, for sandbox reasons, I'm okay with them having those rooms together no matter what. It's just like my wife's favorite character. She's never told me her favorite character yet. I'll have to ask her. I'll have to ask her what her favorite character is. I kind of have a feeling it's the elf female character. If I know my wife well, and I think I do, I'm pretty sure I do. She probably likes Vex, I think, is the other one. Because her personality is mirrored through that elf female lady. Very sassy. Yeah. Very sassy, but like in the, you know, the good, lighthearted way, you know what I mean? Like not like my wife is like a brat or something, you know what I mean? Need to be clear. I need to be extra clear. Okay, this is gonna be weird for roof things. Well, unironically, this wall does line up with the structure as a whole, so there's that. Yeah, I think my wife might be having a busy day at work. Otherwise, she would have definitely said something the second that I said something about sassy her liking the sassy elf character. There's a column here. There's no column there. I could put a column there, but it wouldn't make any sense with the way the roof is set up. Plus, it would interfere with this. So, we'll just leave it. Need to work on this section of it now. This'll be fun. I just need to make sure that it's snapped to the actual wall, not the floor. Cool. Yeah, that's more or less. It's more or less how it is. Then this will be pretty long. What is funny though is there's a trope, I guess, among like how D&D campaigns start, and it's like almost always in a tavern, and that's usually like almost always how the characters meet, or where you find the characters. And Vox Machina starts exactly that way. Hold the phone. This is not aligned. You guys meet in a tavern, and then you become companions, and then you almost die together. But through the power of friendship, you prevail with really lucky thralls. Insanely lucky rolls. I did like the little tidbit though about the insanely lucky rolls of Scanlan going into the vampire mansion or whatever and like leaving alive. And then like in the show when he makes the Scanlan's hand and it's just like floating through the air like, yeah. That was amazing. That was like one of the best parts of that whole show. I'm like, that's amazing. That is me coded. This is very narrow. I'm not sure if I like it. I have to figure out something for this. Because the way that I did this was... it's a little bit bigger. But... it was because, like, this whole dealio... like, look, you can even tell it's not even reaching the ground. If you look closely. But... it's because it was like off center. But for this one, this side, I have the pillar right here, and I have the wall right here. So, wonder if I can get extra room by destroying this stuff right here. And not much. Not much extra room anyway. As long as you can still walk through, I suppose, then it's okay. As long as you can walk through it. On a sub note, you guys might think like I'm a child or something, but I really like, I've been watching Steven Universe, which is a newer age cartoon, and I really enjoy it. I actually really enjoy it. It's a really good show. Like, the characters pretty relatable, and it's like it has really good messaging. Sexy, nothing wrong with that. Lol. Sexy is not the word I would use to describe it, by the way, but it is a very great show. I like it. It is very it is very like there's like good messaging throughout the show and like super relatable themes and stuff that like seem simple on the surface, but actually no, it's actually pretty like deep. Like the whole premise of the show is that this kid was like orphaned, but like he has, you know, powers, and like these aliens, or they're not aliens, but these gem people he knows take care of him that knew his mom before him, and like his mom had to like give up her physical form in order for him to exist because they can't exist at the same time. It's crazy. So he never knew who his mom was. It's a sweet show. Peridot. Nice. Yeah, I just got to season 2 of it. I'm like in the middle of season 2 where Peridot like becomes the finally becomes like part of their group, part of their companionship, I guess. Along with Lapis Lazuli. Still pretty early in the show. That show, by the way, has like 50 episodes a season. It's crazy. I mean, they're really short episodes, but sometimes, but I mean, still, that's wild. Why is there green stuff on my narrow gilded wall? Are all of them like that now? Have they always been like that and I'm just like, you know, like never noticed it? Has it always been like that, guys? It hasn't been always like that, right? Like it's been like, it's like a moldy, like the green stuff, like how you find it in the environment. I think I would have noticed something like that. No? Yeah, it used to not be like this. Used to be, dude. I have like other streams. I'm gonna go look back at the recordings and the VODs. I don't think it was always like that. I think that's a recent change. It has to be. I mean, it's not like a huge deal or anything, but it does give a different kind of aesthetic. You know, like, look, that one looks dirty. It looks like I have to polish it. I don't think this green stuff was on there before, dudes. I remember the gold being very clean. And I build quite a lot. So, I think I'm going to try and trust my memory here. I don't usually trust my memory on anything, but I think I'm safe to, like, in this case, to trust my memory. Why are you like this? I swear it wasn't always dirty like that. I swear. Swear. Okay, just making sure. You were exploring around the capital ruins in the third deep, and I just found a nice, good stuff. I have yet to find a fell beast or a troll, and that's making me sad. I wanna find a troll. I wanna kill the troll with the axe, and I wanna get some troll hide so I can put down some troll hide stuff. I want a stony stone chair. Oops. Hell yeah, dude. Good shit. Hell yeah. W. Here, I'll type a W in the chat. It's for you. W. Wait. Why can't I type? No. Well, my computer... Oh, there we go. There we go. W. It took me forever just to type a W. I don't know why it was being weird. Computer shenanigans again, I suppose. Go hang that head somewhere. No. Put stew for dinner for me.
Frodo! Someone at the door.
I like that gif. Alright guys, so the age-old debate. Is it pronounced GIF or GIF? I'm gonna let you guys deliberate. I'm gonna start chaos and then just walk away. And while you guys are talking about it, I'm gonna go take my medication. I'll be right back. Hello. Alright. GIF. Yes, GIF. GIF. Yep. That's how I pronounce it, because it stands for graphics something. It starts with the letter G. Hard G. Graphics, so GIF. Also, my dog is laying on the floor next to me. Check him out. I'm gonna move my mic. Where are you? Oh, there you are. Kaibi. He's sleeping. I got the AC on in here and everything, so he's just vibing. And I made the AC like vent point down more too, so it like actually hits me. So I'm getting the full effect right now of AC, which is really nice. The unit is like literally above my head too, so. Wait a minute. Why you do that? Why not align to this? There you go. The column up there showed me that that top part of the wall that I was building wasn't actually like fully 100% all straight with each other, and such tiny details are important to me, unfortunately, and also fortunately. Seems like we'll need another light somewhere over here. All right. That's gonna break. Need to figure out a clever way to close this gap off without it being like ridiculous, you know? So for now we can do something like this. What? I don't understand. So I can do this. Okay, that might work, actually. It might be the thing that helps that little tiny gap. Oh, yeah, that's why I didn't do that, because it shows up like that. Well, I guess I could, let's see, let's come up here really quick. There we go. That looks a little bit more natural. Alright, this... that will work. That way it's uniform. Covers that tiny little pesky gap. On the hunt for work pelts and felbeast heads, primarily. Yeah. You know, like, the drop rate for it is pretty low. I killed orcs, like, all night. And I only have, like, 40 of them. To be fair, that was maybe over a span of, like, 4 hours. I'm wondering if, like, the drop rate has anything to do with, like, the difficulty of the orc. But... that's true. I already know some people that are trying to dupe the items, though. Dupe what we have gotten so far to make like fat stacks of it, or attempt to make fat stacks of it. But I do like killing them a lot more. I think the trophy hunting thing might be the one thing that I'm like, I would rather gather my own on, you know, because of the reward factor of having collected and killed that many enemies, you know. Has to be some clever way to do this. Let's see. Yeah, I feel the same way about the exploration. I did go back through a lot of my world, but unfortunately not a lot spawns around the upper city. When I do get sieged, though, there's quite a lot of dudes that do attack, but they're like outside of the wall, you know. Also, check this out. I got King's Hawaiian pretzel bites. Like this. They're pretty good. Not sure where my wife got them, actually. I think from our local Safeway. It's a grocery store. We live, like, right across the street from the grocery store, by the way. Which is great. We still live on the 3rd floor, though, so there's that. That's the only not great part about it. How am I gonna do this? Oh, nice. I used to work at a gas station back in the day. But I worked at one that was called Valero. I worked at a Valero gas station for a pretty long time, actually. Well, like I would say like a year and a half or so. Year and a half to 2 years. It might have been like airing on the side of 2 years. And I did the night shift. I did the swing shift and the night shift, so. I worked like the 2 o'clock shift. But sometimes, gas station work sucks, by the way. It's great when you can, like, work day shift and keep, like, the same schedule, you know? But, like, the gas station I worked at was chronically understaffed. There were, like, maybe, like, I don't know, less than 10 people actually working there. And, whenever the night guy would call off, I'd have to pull a double, basically. So I would be working, like, 16-hour shifts. Sometimes. Yeah. Yeah, it's terrible. I mean, like, I probably could have had a great experience at a gas station, I'm sure, but it was wild that, like, the dude that they were keeping on night shift, like, called out all the time, but, like, and when I mentioned it to the manager, she didn't really do anything. So I was just like, alright, well, what are you gonna do? Like, I'm like, this dude's like he's either like an hour late always to the shift, and like, look, I'm not like a corporatist guy, you know, I'm not a corporate guy or whatever, but I don't really, you know, like, being a little late is totally okay in my book. Like, if I ran a business and people were like 10-15 minutes late, I'd be like, all right, you know, shit happens, I'm not gonna punish you all the time, you know what I mean? But, like, if you're like chronically 30 minutes to an hour late, like, that's different. That's like that's just like, you know, like come on, man. Like, and the dude would be like, oh, sorry, I was doing something, or oh, sorry, but like, it was fun. But like, he never like was aware of his surroundings when he would call in. So like, I would hear in the background that like he was obviously at some kind of like party or something, because people were like cheering and stuff. And I'm like, all right, man, whatever. He's like, hey, I can't come into work. I'm sick today. Sorry. And I'm like, all right, well, or hey, I'm letting you know I'm not coming in. I'm like, all right, cool. That sucked. I remember having to do a 16-hour shift, and it sucked too because I didn't have a car at the time. So like my buddy would come by, and they would like be driving me back and forth to work, and they would be there waiting for me to get off shift. Only to then discover that, oh, well, I guess I'm not getting off, you know, so, sorry. Cleaning the bathroom is, yeah, dude. Cleaning the bathroom in a gas station is the worst. Gas station bathrooms are the most disrespected bathrooms in existence. I remember having to clean up, like, you know, blood once. And all I had was, like, gloves and some bleach. There was a lot of blood, too. I think I told you guys that story. There's, like, one night I was working the night shift or whatever. And, there's like a routine checklist basically, and so I go in and I go clean the women's restroom, close it off for a bit because it's in the middle of the night, no one's there, right? And then like I go into the men's bathroom and there's just like, you know, like blood all over the sink, like blood all over the ground, like dripping everywhere. Like someone like obviously either was like nose bleeding or like cut themselves or something. I don't know what the hell happened, but it was a lot. I called my manager, and she was just like, "Well, there's some gloves in there, and there's some bleach, and you know, use the mop. Make sure you change the mop head or whatever, and just be careful to not get some, you know, blood like near any like cuts or whatever that you have." And I'm like, "All right." So I cleaned up a lot of blood that day, with like really questionably durable gloves, nitrile gloves, and then and also like a mop and bleach. So that was an experience. That was an experience. Sorry, by the way, I probably should have like preluded that with like, oh hey, trigger warning. By the way, I dealt with like a lot of blood once at a gas station. Yeah, it was terrible. I like, and back in the day too, I was like, I think I was working for like like, man, I don't remember, but I wasn't working for much, man. Like I was living in Arizona at the time, and I was living by myself too, so I wasn't making good money or anything to do that either. If I remember right, I was making like $9 an hour or $10 an hour, and it was like 10, and they gave you an extra quarter. They gave you an extra quarter per hour to work night shift. Yeah, gas station working, it's not good. Yeah, dude. Well, I mean, like it depends on where you work, and I would say that night shift at where I work now at the casino gets preferential treatment in comparison to daytime, because I work daytime now, and the night shift always gets like like a whole like spiel for it, like oh hey yeah we schedule more people on the night shift because you know it's busier at nighttime, which is like it's kind of true to a degree, but like a really really small degree, right? But hey, if I in day shift am working by myself on the weekend during the busiest hours of the day, it's totally okay because, you know, night shift needs the staffing and I don't. You know what I mean? So it do be like that. It do be like that sometimes. Like, so like casino work is, you know, like it's not hard or anything, right? I'm not gonna sit here and say like, oh, my job's hard, right? But I will say that like if I'm a person taking cash, rent, like, you know, and chips and exchanging it for chips, and I'm the only one there on a Friday, on a Saturday, and on a Sunday, right? The busiest days of the week, for the afternoon, and I'm by myself, like you guys can't, like, you know what I mean, like I get them telling me, hey, did you get such and such page for this table or that table, right? And I'm like, yeah, but like I'm busy, I'm really busy, like I'm only one dude, and like, yeah, I work really hard, you know, I work really hard, but I'm just one guy, you know, I'm just one dude. I can't be Superman, you know what I mean? I can't be Superman and doing the work of like 3 people like constantly 100% of the time, full throttle, you know. Ow. Cleaned up blood once after police doggo attacked a dude in the lobby. Oof. Also was during the night shift. Haha. I would say that generally speaking, night shift does get shafted, but it really depends on the industry. Night shift gets all the staffing, even though like the drop off at the casino for, I would say, when it stops getting busy for night shift is like 2 a.m. But I would say even 1 a.m. But they'll have 3 people on the night shift until at least midnight, and then 2 people until at least 4 a.m. So, well, 2 people to be clear, 2 people in my department. So, from my department, in my department. Yeah, at a gas station, I can believe it. Like, I did the night shift at so many jobs for so long. I finally like got lucky, so to speak, with the casino because a person who had, like, you know, worked for a while was leaving from like the day shift, and so I took the other person that would have seniority over me in that situation, and like picking the schedules, because that's how like the schedules are determined. It's seniority, first come first serve type thing, right? By seniority first come first serve. So I got lucky. A person that was working there for years and years and years left. They had the 10 o'clock shift with sometimes starting at noon, and I took it. So and now I work morning shifts. Now I work 10 a.m. shifts all the time. A lot of room down there. I'm finally starting to get, like, orange pieces. Look. Which is insane. And these are yellow. And these are dark red. But that's also because there's, like, virtually no support right here. At the moment. Once I get the column in there, it'll be fine. Hey, Willie. If Max is on, I told Max that we would play some Dune today. I do have to download it. So I guess while it's downloading, we can play some AoE. Ow. Max was saying that it, like, got out of, like, early access or something recently. Or today. Something like that. Dune. Worm people and stuff, you know, the Dune trilogy. Paul Atreides' son was just like, what if I had relations with this worm? He looked at that worm like, and then, yeah, and then things happened. And now he's part man and part worm. Yeah, so like Leto like took that whole trend of women asking their husbands and partners, like, would you love me if I was still a worm? But he took it literally, and he's like, do you love me now that I am part man and part worm? Dwarf has good relations with the trees. Relations, you say? Please tell more. Leto's answer would be, I don't think about the Roman Empire. I think about Wormussy. He saw the Dune popcorn bucket. Hold on. He saw the Dune popcorn bucket and he was like, "Man, I gotta get me a wormy wife." Hold on, I have to add this source again. What is it? Screen capture, add. Yeah, it'll be other. Damn, I wish I could have gotten one of those. Okay, so like, anyway, let's pull that up. It has a very questionable design. Wait, let's look at the memes. I don't even know. I'm not gonna click on that one. I don't even know what that meme is. The Deadpool ones are really good too, dude. I don't want to play with you anymore. Needless to say, I will be going alone. Oh my god. All right. Let's get back to the good stuff. All right. Max is already on. I'm gonna tell him you haven't downloaded it yet. I'm gonna tell on you. I told him. I thought I texted him and I said I just have to download it. I'm pretty sure I texted him today and said I have it. I just need to download it. If I didn't, then that's my bad. But yeah. There's other memes on like TikTok that were hilarious too at the time. It was like, when the customer orders the Dune popcorn bucket with no popcorn and extra butter. No popcorn, extra butter, please. It was the same thing with the Deadpool. That meme got revived for the Deadpool buckets because it's just the heads of Deadpool and Wolverine with like the big mouths. Same thing. Can I get a Wolverine and a Deadpool bucket? Popcorn bucket with no popcorn and extra butter. Would you like the extra popcorn with your bucket? Ah. There you go. Must have sucked to be theater workers that day. I remember I used to have a friend that worked at a movie theater, and he would tell me about all the shenanigans that people would do whenever stuff like that came around. I can't see. There's too many leaves in the way. But I also don't want to destroy this branch. Hold the phone. Wonder if my other Limbus is done already. Running kind of low. Day 399. It's crazy to think I've only spent 399 days in this world. Yeah, that's right. I got these, which is really cool. Wait. Yeah. Oh, I like the little rope around the head type thing. It's cool. Crudely tied together. Okay. I think for this side, I'm gonna go up here and then just like bring this across so I can bring the ceiling down a little lower. Or I could just like do the archway. I could just say fuck it and do the archway anyway, even with all that stuff in the way. The problem is that the roof is right here. Did you guys know? Willie, did you know that they're gonna add a new type of character in the game? In Moria? They're gonna add mind goblins. Alright. Looks good. What was my inspiration for this? Any of like the any of the Warhammer Fantasy like temples and shrines to Valleya for the dwarves. Any of like the Warhammer 40K temples that you can see that are like part of like little miniature sets. Partially inspired by real life cathedrals and stuff. Partially. And then I only thought of I only think about part of the things. So good thing I actually have my Book of Grudges right here. And it has I'm pretty sure I put the blueprint things in here. Yeah, I did. Cool. So I only ever think of like parts of it, right? I think of it in pieces. So like this is like what I drew of like the interior, and it has like notes and stuff. And then this was the front entrance. So like notes and stuff, like I made notes for like the archways and how it would look in theory, right? Also, honorable mention, Firebeard's Book of Grudges, and the only grudge that's in here is for RTM. It says they took away the build pieces, the ones from 1.0. So, and I remember taking a video, writing that in there and showing them. Like, obviously the heart's not going to be, like, right here, but it'll be somewhere. I had to figure it out. Nice doodles. Yeah. Yeah, my doodles aren't very good. even when I tried to like redo the doodle, I tried to like redo it. It was all in like pen and stuff at work, so I tried to redo the doodle so that it looked nicer. But yeah, what it will be populated with. So like the lore that I've created for it so far is that there are keepers that live here, and basically anyone that comes into Moria, visitor, whether it be a dwarf or a human or a hobbit or an elf, they stay here. And there are keepers that tend to the gardens around what would right now it's called a dwarf chateau, because I don't have a good name for it at the moment. But you know, they tend to the Elven Quarter as a whole, but mainly to the gardens around it, around this. So there'll be gardens around this. There'll be a place for people to come in and sleep, a place for the keepers of the, I guess you could call it a sanctuary, to sleep, right? But mainly this is a place where you come and you make offerings to like Aole or Durin, right? And you place gold here. You place trinkets, crafted armor, crafted weapons, right? Things that you would make as like offerings to. There's no lore support for this, but essentially like dwarf gods in Warhammer Fantasy, they have ancestor gods, right? And I've posted about that lore. And so, like, for example, Grimnir is like the god of war, right? So at a shrine of Grimnir, you would leave like weapons, right? Or you would settle grudges in his name, and he'd give you blessings, right? Or he'd favor you, right? For Grungni, it's crafting in general. So you would bring mining and crafting. So you would bring gems. You would bring glory to your guild by crafting armor, and then at his shrines you would place those things. So you would do gold or something, or gems that you've mined, pickaxes, tools, armor, weapon, leathercraft, whatever it is, right? Anything that showcases the craftsmanship of the dwarves you would put at a shrine to Grungni. And for Valea, who is the ancestor goddess of hearth and home, you would essentially leave ale, because she is the goddess of ale. So you would always like serve ale to people, or leave those kinds of things there, take care of other people, tend to the young, that type of thing. So at her shrine, you would put like a mug of ale or something like that, right? Stuff like that. And then but for this one, it's similar. So but dwarves would just like in general leave whatever they want for Mahal, the one they call Ollie. So gold, gems, whatever, and there'll be like a pile right here later on, and I'll populate it with like armors and stuff like that, chests full of stuff that people like dwarves have made to give offerings, right? This is like the shrine. And then in it will be like there'll be a study, there'll be its own meat hall, its own grand kitchen, a library. So these big staircases right here, gold, gems, ale, and whatnot, yeah. So these staircases actually, while they will take you up to the top floor, or the current top floor, I guess I should say, from this corner and that corner, there'll be towers that go into the sky, kind of like piercing towers, right? Spires, if you will. And in those towers, the keepers of like the sanctuary will live, and they'll have their own study where they have books that chronicle the history of the dwarves and stuff like that. So, yeah, that's more or less the rundown. So this will be like the general top floor that's all universally connected. Then the two spires. There'll be another floor just below this, if I can work out the layout for it. This statue being in the way causes quite a lot of problems. but I can make it work, you know. Like I have a lot of room down there to come up here, right? So there's like multiple ways that you could come all the way up here to the top floor, and I can always like add sections in that direction, right? There's a pier that I built for them to hang out and fish or something. I haven't added anything to it yet though, so still need to work out what I want down there. And then there's like little pathways around the sides. I've been slowly adding trees to the Elven Quarter around this area. And I'll designate some areas for stuff and things. And then the roof will become pretty tricky at some point or another, because there's certain design styles that I want to use for the roof that require me to go higher, but I want to say that I don't have much higher to go, and I don't want to go so high that like it just connects to the ceiling, you know what I mean? So there's that too. I might even just like say F it to this little barrier, go out just a little bit more so I can have a little bit more room, and then add some stuff back here, you know. So because there's a lot of stuff that I need to add anyway. Boop. No, it's not symmetrical. I did just destroy one of the pillars though, so that's fair. Okay, destroy this too. Yeah, maybe I'll go out like just a tad. That's a touch from this location. Not too far, but not so short either, you know. Want to add just enough room that I can add quite a lot with. Frightener would definitely want to stay a whole week here because... Oh yeah. I missed a lore tidbit that reminds me. So like the lore that I crafted for it, which by the way, there is a channel a private channel in my Discord. It's called the Ember Sanctum, and basically anyone who's ever like made a one-off donation or anything like that to my Ko-Fi would get theoretical access to it, or anyone who like currently subs basically my Twitch. So it's just like my way of like adding extra to that, because I feel bad, you know. Not feel bad, but you know, I want to like, it's my way of saying thanks, you know. So in that channel I post like blogs and stuff, and so in there's a thread where I'm crafting the lore for this build, and in it I forgot to mention that you know, visitors can stay here, and the keepers will give you provisions for your journey, right? So they'll give you they'll give you like, you know, a backpack full of stuff. They'll give you food. They'll make sure that you won't leave without tools or whatever if you need them, or food that you need to survive type thing. It's basically playing into the a little bit of Warhammer Fantasy lore there, where like the priests of Valea would be required to tend to a dwarf in need, or the young, to all, you know, it's like one of the tenets is to like always tend to like help a dwarf, right? Always help dwarves. Always help dwarf children. Always, you know, never let dwarf ale fall into the hands of the enemy unless doing so saves dwarven lives. That type of thing, you know. Okay. I'm feeling good about this little extension. It looks good. It's complemented by this whole deal. And there goes my, like, 1000th torch. Proper windows on this one. Or... I wonder... balcony? Pierre? Oh, don't work. Hold on. Alright. I got into like using these recently. And they're starting to grow on me. Little passageway to this secret right here. Why you no connect? I'm so weak, so strange. There you go. Yeah, and then the way that I like adorn this previously was like that, basically. Or I could use these. Ooh, that looks good. I like that. I like that a lot better. Yeah. That also makes sense, too, for the type of environment as well. Oh, I have to ask, Special K, did you get that, did you get the screeny done? I'm really excited to see it, if you have time for it. Oh, wait, you said you're going camping. Never mind. Disregard. I forgot. I stayed up all night last night, so I have to excuse my mushy brain. Ooh. Okay. I'm so excited. Hi, babe. Speak of the devil. Not the devil. Just kidding. Oh, babe. Special K and everyone else and me want to know who your favorite character in Vox Machina is, because they all started watching Vox Machina recently. Let me look at this TikTok that you sent me. When I saw her bust out the Nescafe, I was kind of like, she might be onto something. Maybe you could try it. Babe, did you hear my question? I knew it. Let's go. Let's go. W chat. W in the chat for me. And Percy. Okay, I can see that. Yeah, this. She sent me a TikTok of some lady that makes like a horchata coffee. W in the chat for me, guys, because I guessed it right. I guessed one of your favorite characters right. Earlier it came up in conversation that Special had asked, do you know your wife's favorite character? And I'm like, well, she might like Vex. She likes the sassy elf character. That's the most character that like resonates with her. Yes, this is the new army.
And the sun will be rising soon. So the cat on his fiddle played Hey Diddle Diddle, a tune that would wake the dead. He squeaked and he sawed and quickened the tune, while the landlord shook the man in the moon. It's after 3, he said. Oh, I love that song!
Lol. Alright, yeah, I knew it. I knew it. I knew it was for some reason like that too. But yes, this is Z armor. I don't have any tints or any coloring on it. It's just how it is default. And this is my axe. I love this axe so much. This is the axe that I wanted to try and make. That I was considering making with the prop thing I was talking about, babe. So, like this. Looks really cool. It's got a little ropey. Oh, to the Gimli helmet. It might not look right. It would probably be way easier than just making a new helmet, I guess. But yeah, look, it's got like an orc skull on it and everything. It's cool. came back here for adamant. Wow, I'm almost out of adamant. It's awesome. I actually, the game director, John Paul, sent me a high-resolution image of it, too, so that I could copy it as much as possible. Sent me the model and everything. Wait. Ow. I need to go to the other place. The secret place. Secret place. Okay, and I'm thinking like right around this part. There. And hold on. Trying to make the bridge make sense. I love the axe, by the way. It was funny because like when I made that suggestion a while ago for Warhammer inspired stuff, I didn't think that they would ever do it because like crossovers of like fandoms is not widely. It's very controversial to do. But I'm glad that they did this one. It was really cool. They have a lot of cool stuff. They have troll hide chairs, babe, that in the sunlight turn to stone, which is really cool. A cool detail too. I really like that detail. Really hoping that, like, someday down the road that, like, maybe they'll make these packs a little bit more robust, right? I'm really hoping that, like, maybe instead of, like, just one armor, one outfit, and one weapon, that you could get a whole set of weapons in the future. I know that's really wishful thinking on my part, but I want a full set of Frighteners themed gear, and I think it would be really cool for the game to also have full sets of like Rohan stuff, full sets of like the Ent stuff, full sets of like, you know, like actual armor sets, right? I don't know if like they'll ever get around to doing this stuff, by the way, but I want a full set in this theme for Frightener's axe. It's one of the best axes. It's, in my opinion, it's arguably the most dwarf-looking axe in the game, next to the Mithril one. And the First Age one is pretty good looking too, actually. And like honestly, like I don't mind them putting out like the little $5 cosmetic packs here and there. And I think it comes with enough stuff for it to be that price point. But I kind of honestly wouldn't mind if they took a little bit longer. If they wanted to add full sets, right? Wouldn't be opposed to it. If it takes longer, then, you know, okay. But also, I don't know. We would just need some, my only concern in that case, though, would be, like, will Middle-earth Enterprises continue to give them a budget to do stuff, right? And it's hard to, like, play the guessing game there for that. I mean, this game has been pretty successful, so I would venture to say yes, but, like, you never know with the game industry nowadays. Like even like purportedly successful games have still gotten people laid off or gotten projects canceled just because, like, you know, big time executives and investors don't see the value in such a long-term investment. Money is the end game. Money and ROI, I should say. Money and ROI. Short-term ROI. For sure. Like this little cave that I'm gonna build, little secret hideout for, I don't know, maybe like the keepers or something. It'd be cool. Should it be wooden stairs? I'm leaning towards the wooden stairs. Wooden stairs. I can't believe that they're finally gonna add, I guess I can believe it, but, like, the wooden roofs, that they said they might add with the, Beardling pack. That they will be adding with the Beardling pack. I didn't think that was gonna happen, to be honest with you. I knew they were gonna eventually add more building pieces. But, like, I didn't know that they were planning, that they were gonna do the wood roofs, and I think it was after seeing how many of us used the, wood roof technique with these, that they were finally like, alright, we'll give you some wood roofs or something. Ooh, perfect. Okay, this needs to be sneaky. Well, not sneaky, but you know what I mean, like, out of the way kind of thing. Someone leaked the Beardling pack got leaked due to a localization issue today, by the way. And I'll let you guys find it, but on the subreddit, which I am one of the main mods, by the way, all of the contents of that pack were leaked. Some of the contents of that pack were leaked, and so I read some of the contents. It was in Spanish, but I can read and write and speak Spanish, so it was no problem for me. But so traverse the subreddit at your own risk. Today, the dev said that they weren't gonna remove the posts because some of them are on the subreddit as moderators, because I've added them, you know. So, but yeah, just a heads up, if you're happening to, at any point today, go through r/LOTR, Return to Moria, just be aware that you might see some potential Bjorning DLC pack spoilers. And if you don't mind that, cool. But if you do, be careful. It's spoiler tagged so that people can't, you know, just see it. They said they fixed this. I want to see if they actually did fix it. They did! Thank you! Thank you, guys. I remember showing them this bug, because, like, it used to, like, be, like, a really big distance from the pole for these ones. Now it's, like, right on it. Thanks, guys. Did I take my meds? Yes, I did. Actually, I did. Stream can vouch for me. Chat can vouch for me. I took a break to go take my meds. I did do it. I did do it. I'm just excited talking about stuff. I did do it. I swear. I done did it. I swear. I swears that. I swears that I did it. Send the link on Discord or Twitch. I'll post it in the I'll post it in the Sorry, someone made a joke at Discord. That was hilarious. Okay, so let me find the post on Reddit really quick. Yeah, here it is. I found it. One sec while I give you guys the link. Where's the link? You know, I really don't like the new layout sometimes for Reddit. There it is. It's especially more confusing when the UI is changed for like modding it, you know? I'm just spoiler tagging it. Alright. I did it. I'm laughing internally. Okay. Don't make fun of me. I'm laughing on the inside. Maybe not. Maybe not this setup. Although I do like it, actually. No problems. No problems. You can't read Spanish. I will tell you guys if you don't mind the spoilers. I can read it. I read it top to bottom. So if you have any questions, and you want to know what specifically is written there, I will tell you. Just be aware that, you know, it will potentially spoiler some. All right, if anyone here doesn't like the spoilers, doesn't want the spoilers, then I would say mute the stream or something. But one of the items, I'll only spoil one item. How about that? I'll spoil one item. So one item is actually it's a tea instead of an ale, and it's a tea that's called the tea, like it's called like Anduin tea, right? So made from the Great River Anduin. So we'll have the very first tea in the game as like as opposed to like an ale, and presumably something to make the tea, it seems, based on the other context, based on the other stuff that I read about it. So spill the tea. Yeah, that's hilarious. It's hilarious that you say spill the tea, because it actually was tea. Spilled the tea. Now we'll be sipping tea while spilling the tea. It doesn't tell, luckily it doesn't tell like the details, it just tells you like it just tells you like, you know, what the contents are. It doesn't tell you much about like what each item does or anything. So that's the nice thing. Most of the stuff was already talked about on the Forge Talk. So that's the other good thing. No, there is nowhere in the oath that we have to swear off tea. Frighteners do need to take a break from time to time to drink some tea, relax after a long day of orc hunting. It's written in the great book of tea drinking. The great book of tea drinking. Lol. No, I knew that was gonna happen. I wish there was a way we could get the items that we dropped from the bottom of the ocean. Or, sorry, water. Let my dwarf swim. Just let him swim. What's the harm that could be caused by a dwarf swimming? Don't answer that question. I think there's a lot of harm, but... see. No. What's up, Parawheeler? Do dwarves float without barrels? I don't think so. And that's another thing. When is the barrel armor dropping? It has to come with the dual axes, I think. Barrel armor with dual axes. And it unironically, it has, or actually ironically, it has to be really good armor. That would like seal the deal for the joke for me. It has to be good armor. Like make it like a tier 4 armor or something. Like it's actually decent. Like you can use it to end game if you wanted. It'd be just like the Oaken Shield all over again. And on another note, I'm still kind of salty that they nerfed the Oaken Shield, but it's I mean, I get it. Something like that had to happen eventually, but I really miss my decent Oaken Shield. Anti-dragon armor, oh my god. It'd be like anti-darkness. And it's anti-darkness armor as well. It has all of the buffs that armor gives in the game. Make it like a dev cheat code item. Please climb the stairs. Oh my gosh, that was terrible. They said they fixed stuff with snapping of banisters too. Let's check it out. I'm not really seeing the results here. Is it because... yeah, there's probably a lot going on right here. In Fable, there was some sort of joke weapon that had a ton of rune slots. Oh my god. Which Fable was that? Because I played a lot of them. I played a lot of the Fables. Fable 2 was my favorite. Favorite by far. I played so much Fable 2 as a kid, like when I was younger. And then like I remember missing out on Fable 3 and I was kind of sad about it. And then when I went and tried Fable 3, it was like it wasn't like good, you know? It was like it was basically, it felt like an expansion to 2. It felt just like one big expansion to 2. Like you could have just added it as a DLC, but I understand like at the time like 360, you know, was kind of. You liked all 3 of them? Yeah, you know, like I really liked how in 3 you had more like you could hold the hands, you know, of your companions or other people, right? So like it made like the scenes where you chose to be intimate with like your whatever NPC partners much nicer. The combat actually wasn't so bad too. The jobs were pretty good, if I remember right. You could make a ridiculous amount of money blacksmithing in that game. And side note, that's how I funded in Fable 3. That's how I funded that one war or whatever. I literally went to the blacksmith. I didn't know, by the way, that the time that you have to prepare for the darkness or whatever it was in that game stopped when you weren't doing the main quest. I only learned that afterward from a friend, so I literally played for like, I don't know, I literally played non-stop to try and get all the money to fund that effort by blacksmithing in that game. You did the tavern one? Nice. Yeah, like, all of the jobs are pretty good in there. All of the jobs are pretty decent. Like, that and the... I can't remember if I liked the property ownership in 2 or 3 more. I remember like not charging, you know, a lot so that I could just basically just farm the good karma, basically the good points, the nice points. And then like I just ended up charging like just a little bit under so that I could still make a lot of money, but not like you know, completely exploit those guys. I like this. This looks nice. How about... Yeah, that makes it look really good. Mm-hmm. How about... Of course it's not gonna snap. Wait. Oh, it snapped up there, though. How about this one? No, there's too much going on. Let's see if this works. I'm gonna destroy one. I'm gonna get up higher. I can barely see that. Alright. How about this column piece? Again. And the banister after that. Okay. It does work. I just need to remove the crossbeam and the lattice first. Would the Frighteners be an elite force like the Night's Watch or the King's Guard, or would it be a regular force within Khazad-dûm? So the Frighteners thing is purely their own creation, as far as I'm aware. There is a entry in the appendices of Tolkien lore that refers to Uknashun as the Orc Hunters, right? Uknashun loosely translates to Orc Hunting. And in the appendices for that, it mentions about how a bunch of dwarves basically dedicated their lives to the vengeance of King Thror after King Thror was killed, right, by Azog, right, in the books. And so that vengeance festered over the course of, I want to say, like, all the way up into the Battle of Anazulbazar, basically. And the dwarves basically, you know how that plays out, right? The dwarves basically, like, nearly lost that, but Dane Ironfoot kills Azog, and in killing Azog, he beheads Azog. First of all, he beheads Azog. He puts his head on a pike and stuffs his mouth full of gold, and all of that was vengeance for King Thror. Basically, all of that was vengeance for King Thror. So it refers loosely to the vengeance. It's basically like the physical personification. The Frighteners are basically like the devs' way of physically personifying the vengeance and retribution of the dwarves. And how dwarves will basically just take vengeance, right, if they were wronged in any way by any race enough. So Frighteners' oath, it could be anything, but I assume it's an oath to just hunt orcs, right? It's just like they're just dwarves that like really hate like orcs because they of all the crimes that they do, right? And so they take an oath to hunt down orcs where they are and get payback basically for all of the dwarves that were slain in Moria and or anywhere else in Middle Earth, you know. So nice. I like this little covered walkway. Dane did come in clutch in that battle. Why am I not uncrouching? There you go. Alright, so for this, gotta destroy that. So, I'm assuming that there was a lot of debate too as to whether or not like dwarves would keep the skulls of orcs as trophies or anything like that, or whether they would even go through the effort of placing them. And my overall opinion there is that throughout all of Tolkien's lore, dwarves will take items of symbolic importance to them, things that resemble solemnity, or things that remind them of things. They place a lot of material value in the symbolic importance of things, aka the Arkenstone, the Khazad Stone. They go through a lot of effort to design their armors to look a certain way in order to strike fear in enemies, right? A good example of that is the Belagost and the Nogrod being described initially by Tolkien in an early draft as having helmets that looked like birds and having the rings of ravens on their helmets, right? Or like having the horns on the Belagost helmet that can were basically like metal masks and could withstand dragon fire, right? So my opinion is that trophy hunting isn't always a vengeance thing, but I do think that dwarves would keep, because they're not written to keep any like hunting trophies or anything like that. But I do think that like if a dwarf hunted something that they're really proud of, aka a fell beast or a dragon, they would likely keep that around for boasting rights. You know, like there's no way that I could be convinced after watching like The Hobbit and stuff like that a dwarf wouldn't cherish and value the drake that he spent time killing for boasting reasons against other dwarves. If even to settle out like petty arguments, you know what I mean, like, or petty discussions, and like, well, who are you? I slayed a drake. See this drake? I slayed him. You know what I mean? Like stuff like dumb stuff like that. But like it fits their worldly characters, right? Because they are spiteful, vengeful, even. They are brutal against their enemies, and Dane shows that by doing that whole act. But yeah, but I'm also not like a Tolkien purist, right? I don't like look at the lore as static, right? If like other creators such as the devs for Moria can come up with like reasonable ways to come up with lore that sounds really cool, then I'm all on board for it, because Tolkien changes his own lore multiple times throughout like his writing history and stuff. So rule of cool for me there is like the simplest way that I can explain that. Yeah, like, so there's a lot of debate too. Sorry, let me read this thing from Weaver so I don't miss it. Forget about it. Like to think that over time they might start off as relatively smaller force. Yeah. So anyway, on the smaller tokens thing, right? There's a lot of debate as to whether or not a dwarf would actually have the skull on armor or weapon of an orc. My opinion is that if it sends a message, if it's meant to do something that strikes fear in the heart of their enemies, or send some kind of symbolic meaning, or remember a vow or an oath that they made, aka the Frightener's Oath, then they would have it, right? Maybe they killed maybe they killed the son of Azog, right? Like our dwarves do, and they put his head on a pike, You know what I mean? Like they could totally do that too, and I would totally believe that they do that. Like a lot of my fantasy stuff is like crossed over a lot. You know, I like multiple fantasy universes. Warhammer Fantasy is like the biggest one that I really like. At least that I like the dwarves in. And yeah, like the game isn't Warhammer Fantasy, you know, and that's fine. It like Lord of the Rings has its own charm. I wouldn't want like the game to become exactly like Warhammer Fantasy, you know, Warhammer Old World or anything like that. But you know, I also wouldn't refuse anything that's super cool from Lord of the Rings either. That is similar, because like at the end of the day, Dungeons and Dragons was inspired by Lord of the Rings, and so was Warhammer Fantasy. So you know what I mean? Like they're all almost very similar in many ways. Neat. I like this. This came out really nice. You make it total sense in Lord of the Rings Online. It's revealed Bolg's son is the one who led the Moria orcs, slaughtered Balin's expedition. And yeah, okay, so there you go. Like, you know, like Lord of the Rings Online, you know, like stuff like that makes sense to me too. Like, why wouldn't you want vengeance for Balin, right? Why wouldn't you want, like, why wouldn't a dwarf want to take vengeance for dwarves that like really matter to their society or to them as a person, like, you know, them like individually. Looking good. Gotta get this one to the same level and then it'll be okay. You could see Dwalin swearing the Frighteners Oath. Right, like, I mean, and to be fair, Dwalin had a mohawk. At least he had a mohawk in the way they depicted him in The Hobbit, and I know that The Hobbit isn't like a canonical telling of that battle to a degree, especially with Azog not dying, right? But like I could totally see, like, you know, Dwalin having like the whole mohawk fro and everything, because he's bald, right, on his head now, so he can't have a mohawk anymore. All right, so like right in this area, I'm thinking that I add like a little garden on the way over that's lit by this stuff. But before I do that, I'll be right back, guys. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. It'll be like 2 minutes or so. Right. What up? I am back. I have returned. Alright. Let's get back to it. Alright, what you guys talking about? Tales of the Shire. I'm pretty excited for that one too. Cheers. I don't have any alcohol, but I have water. So, cheers. Also, I can't drink alcohol when I take my medication, unfortunately. So, need to get back to this ASAP. My friend bought me Baldur's Gate 3. Nice. Good shit. I haven't even played Baldur's Gate 3 yet, dude. I fully understand that Baldur's Gate 3 is a time sink, and I have put it off because of that reason. God dang it! I hate dropping stuff in there. There you go. We got. Whoa. Take the bear. Oh man. No bear trophies yet. Why is the water like that? That's cool. Does the water just stay there like that because you're not in the area to load? That's funny. Yeah, it is. The frames for the water just kind of freeze if you're too far away. And you, like, get booted out. That's interesting. I didn't think that was going to be a thing. Oh, dude, there's another cavern right there. I could make another... Well, maybe not. Maybe we could leave that one secret. Truly secret. Pickpocket constantly. Oh, that must be the bottom. That must be the absolute bottom right there. Let's see how far it goes. Not that far, actually. It's the popcorn bucket. I don't drink much either. No meds. Just not my thing. Oh. Well, like, for me, it's more of a social thing. It's a social, like, special occasion thing, you know? And I'm really picky. I'm really picky with my drinking. Like, I don't like, for me, it's either straight up hard liquor, like whiskey or bourbon or something, or it's sweet mixed drinks. So like I really like mead. Mead is really, really good. I love mead. I have so many bottles of mead. Kentucky Mule, yeah, mules are really good too. I like mules. I like mead. But yeah, same here. It's pretty rare, even rarer nowadays that I have to take, you know, meds and stuff. You know, my doctor will definitely be drug testing me every year going forward, so I don't want to make them upset. And plus, you know, I'm taking like a stimulant medication, so it's probably not a good idea anyway, right? So no, damn. Yeah, and honestly, there's so few drinks that I actually like. I really like any of the mixed drinks that come with tahini on them. Those are really good. I love. There's a mango like rum mixed drink or something like that at this restaurant that me and my wife go to, and it's called Lazy Dog. And it's a dog-friendly restaurant too, so you can bring your dogs, you can bring your pets, provided that they sit outside and they're friendly, you know. And that was actually, that location is actually very sentimental for me and my wife too, because that's where we had our first date. We had dinner and then went to a movie. And I remember at the time I was like pretty heavy still into lifting weight and stuff. I'm still kind of big from that. Still kind of heavy overall. I was working out like 6 days a week at that point in time in my life, and so I ate a salad, and she had some ribs. And she fucked up some ribs in front of me, and I was like, "This girl's awesome." It's exactly like that scene from what's it called? White Chicks. Exactly like that scene from White Chicks where she fucks up the ribs in front of him and it's all dirty and stuff, and he's like, "Oh damn," you know, he's like into it. That was me. A gnaw on him. I don't know about gnawing, but it does get kind of messy for her. Yeah. Why not? Why can't I place it there? Is it that? Nope. What is it? Let's see. Yeah, so anyway, drinks at that location are really good. They are kind of pricey, but they're like top tier in my opinion. They the bartenders are always really good. They mix them well. When I ask for a sweet drink, they know what I'm talking about. That type of thing, you know. So they have like a rum coconut like mixture drink. They have a mango drink with like it also has rum in it, but it's like it has the tahini on the rim, so you know a little bit of spice, if you will. I prefer the term semi-feral. It's okay. I think if I describe my wife that way, she would be okay. I think she would agree. If my wife can admit to me that I'm kind of weird, and that's why she likes me, then you know I think my wife would be okay with me describing her as feral. Remember asking my wife one time, I'm like, "Do you think I'm weird?" And she's like, "Yeah." Like straight up, like no prep work or nothing. She's just like, "Yeah." It was hilarious. It's funny whenever I do ask that question. I do ask that question from time to time. Like, "Do you think I'm weird?" And she's like, "Yeah, absolutely." It's funny because like my wife's like the whole reason I even like found out that I had ADHD, and um, it was a trip because she's like, you don't know you have ADHD, and she's like, I could tell immediately, and I'm like, what do you mean? And for me, it like the story of me getting diagnosed with ADHD is basically everyone suspecting or actually knowing at some point or another, including my parents suspecting it, and except me. Everyone except me knew, which was fun. That was a huge discovery journey for me. So that's why I struggle with basic things sometimes. It's not because I'm lazy. And that was another thing I had to come to terms with too. Not lazy. My brain just don't work that way. There are times, though. There are times where I'm truly lazy. My office discusses what kind of ADHD we do. When my psychologist called me back after testing, she just started laughing and said, "Oh yeah." I recently had to do like an actual like because I switched providers. My wife has Kaiser Permanente insurance now because she works for them in like the union, and so like I had to redo some documentation for my diagnosis because my previous doctor was basically like, honey, Kaiser Permanente is a national company. It's okay. Anyway, so like good insurance and stuff, and finally, and so why is this just not taking? Why you no like me? Someone's buzzing me. Anyway, so I had to fill out this document. My psychiatrist gave me like a huge document that basically said that was basically like a self-rating of like me, like, so like how were you during childhood? There's like a whole written portion. I had to self-rate my symptoms in my childhood and my symptoms in adulthood, and then other people had to rate me. So my wife had to take a document and like rate all of my symptoms. She did the if I recall right, she did the I think you did the adult one, right, babe? And then my mom, both of my moms did the childhood one. So I had like, when I was done with that that whole thing, it was like 20 pages. And then anyway, the main point is my psychiatrist got around to scoring it after we scanned it and sent it in. And I was like, can you explain the results to me when you're done? And my psychiatrist comes back, because there's like a messaging system in the app for that stuff. And so she's like, hey, so like I assessed you and it's pretty consistent with the symptoms. You're basically like, I mean, I'm paraphrasing here, but basically she was like, you're in the 99th percentile for severely symptomatic cases. And I'm like, oh shit. So like slam dunk basically. And I showed my parents. Yeah. I showed my parents, and one of my moms was just like, sorry. And I'm like, it's okay. Slam dunk right up, yeah, exactly. There's like no way you could miss type thing. Like it was like hitting the side of 2 barns stuffed together. Like there's no way you could miss. But yeah, my mom was just like, sorry, we didn't know, or sorry, you know, like sorry we didn't like know sooner. And I'm like, no, it's okay. Like, this is why I have healthcare now. Why is it like this sometimes? I don't understand. It was very validating, yeah. And boom. The ADHD is ADHDing today. Yeah, probably. I wouldn't doubt it. I need to eat like actual food too. There's that. Because all I ate were snacks and cereal. $15 out of 17 on the nose. Oh my god. Yeah, when I was reading through them myself, I was more like, that's ADHD, and not like, and like, yeah, like I had a lot of them, but it was mainly my wife that told me that I had a lot of them, and it was because like I would like lose focus like mid conversation or something, and then she, you know, like she'd you know, presumably get frustrated because I lost, you know, attention, or I forgot about something. I still forget things sometimes, actually. Just not as often anymore. Which is great, actually. Very great. It's a huge improvement. It's like a night and day difference for me when I'm like on/off medication. I am pretty grateful, though. I'm pretty grateful that not having trouble getting the medication anymore these days, or the whole learning about it thing too being super validating. So there's that too. I would misplace everything, yeah. So we have these things called tiles that you can buy from like the store, and it has like a mobile app, and whatever you press like the button on it, it makes a sound, or you could ring the noise from the app. And so I have that now, because I used to misplace like my wallet, my keys, whatever, like, and I get really stressed out too when I can't find the thing that I was looking for. It's actually one of my biggest peeves, actually. It's one of my biggest things that actually gets me angry is the whole, like, where's this thing that I had, like, yesterday? I remember putting it here, but it's not there, and it's not there. It's not in any of the places that I usually put it, and then I end up, like, having to try and find it before going somewhere, and that makes me more irritated. There you go. Huh. Glasses. My glasses. I can't be seen without my glasses. My glasses. I can't see without my glasses. Yeah, I don't have to wear, I do wear glasses, by the way, IRL. but I don't wear them on my stream because I'm nearsighted, so I don't need to be like seeing super far or anything like that anyway. All right. Thinking about doing an arch right here. Smaller one. Alright. I saw you guys were talking about Tales of the Shire earlier. And I wanted to chime in on that too, by the way. Sorry to bring it back up from like this is like way off topic for the current conversation. But like I'm really hyped for that. I'm really hyped for Tales of the Shire. And I also hope that they add multiplayer. And I'm kind of thinking it was almost an oversight to not add multiplayer to that kind of game. I don't know. It's just strange to me that like you make basically a Hobbit Animal Crossing, a Hobbit version of Animal Crossing, and the whole premise is like cooking for your friends and throwing parties and stuff, but you can't play with your friends, and that is strange to me. It's very strange to me. I hope they do add it in the future. Like, even if it's just, like, 1 or 2 players that can join your world at a time or something. Yeah. Maybe there's, like, maybe they'll talk about it at some point. Maybe there's, like, an article or something. Or maybe they'll finally make a Discord so we can ask. Because I'd like to know, too. I think it has to be something with, that's cost-related, or it's, you know... Cost or time related, probably.
Blunt the knives, bend the forks, smash the bottles and burn the corks, chip the glasses and crack the plates. That's what Bilbo Baggins hates. Cut the cloth, trim the hat, leave the room on the bedroom mat, pour the milk on the pantry floor, splash the wine on every door.
Hey, what's up, bro? What's up? We're hanging out. We're hanging out, building and stuff. I'm all right. New DLC came out for this game, so now I'm wearing like new armor for it, and I'm pretty hyped. I stayed up until like 4 a.m. last night playing, just killing orcs and stuff. So there's that. But yeah, how are you, dude? See the yeah, same, dude. It's been years. It's been years, literal years. I'm pretty hyped too because Gloryhammer put out a new single, Quest for Aberdeen, and the song slaps as usual. No, there's a standard for making a cross-platform game that's readily available. Some older games simply couldn't have it added to them. Oh, there's that too. Different like console platform requirements. That's strange. Why can you go there sideways but not? Nice, dude. Congrats. start a new job. What is it that you do, by the way, these days? You don't mind me asking. No, it's like a on-stream thing, but yeah. By the way, guys, Pioli Cthulhu is someone I know from high school. He was one of my friends. We hung out a lot, lunch times and stuff near the band room. He wasn't in band, if I remember right, but yeah. Also, recently started talking again because we've discovered that we both like Gloryhammer and stuff. Plus, I think I've been meaning to go visit like Los Angeles again. So, Choir boy. I'm building a secret hangout spot. Peer advisor for STEM majors. Nice. Just one time at band camp. I never went to band camp when I was going to high school there. Unfortunately, I could never afford it. Like, I think I was only there for like my junior year and my senior year. And I had to like come up with money to. I had to come up with money just to play in the band because it was that was around the time that they had like stripped funding from like fine arts programs and stuff. So we had to like come out of pocket now to play in band and stuff. And it was like $200. It was like more than that. It was like more than $200 to go to band camp. I forget where they went, but. Mafia? I was in band. I can definitely say that at my school, band was definitely not a mafia. It was full of really goofy dudes though. Me included, obviously. I started off playing alto saxophone when I was super young, and I've played it now. I haven't played in a long time, but that's mostly because the saxophones that I have need repair, and that costs quite a bit of money for the type of repair that is needed on them. But I did play all my life from 8 years old up until I would say as recently as a couple of years ago. And the only thing stopping me from playing at the moment as a hobby is just the working saxophone. That's it. And those unfortunately are very expensive, especially if you want a brand new one, or a good model or anything like that. A third of the high school was in band? That's insane. We could barely get anyone in the band at my schools. Both the schools that I went to in high schools I went to in Arizona and then also in LA were like it was hard to find band people. I would say it was less of an issue in LA, but like when I was living in Arizona, like almost no one wanted to be in band. Band was pretty small. Like the band people that were there did band because they had been doing band all their life or something, you know, so. There's a couple people, too, that were, like there because, like, all their parents made them or something, but. I don't remember if he plays any instruments, so this will be a interesting answer from him. I don't think so. I know how to play. So anyway, on that topic, I know how to play just basically every version of the saxophone that there is. So I know how to play. My main one is alto. I play the alto saxophone. That's my main one. I know how to play tenor and bass and baritone. I've played a little bit of the clarinet and a little bit of the trumpet, but not a whole lot. And so I played since I was 8, up until and throughout my adulthood. I was in jazz band, which was my favorite personally. I had a couple of solos in high school, so I was first chair for alto. And yeah. Ah, piano, nice. Nice, baritone and flute. Guitar, nice. Keytar. I remember a while back too, actually. I think like the last interaction that I had with Matt before I left was he was collecting all of the Pokemon games, and I happened to have an old red version on me. So Matt probably still has my original Pokemon red version cartridge for the Game Boy, I think. But I'm not 100% sure on that. Yeah. I remember you said you were collecting them, and then you had like you had the blue version and the yellow one, and I remember you sending me a picture a long time ago. Lol. Do you guys, are you still with the same, are you still with what's her name? Forget. She's one of my sister's friends. I lent her the Game Boy. I might have it. Yeah, like Game Boy Color is like one that's like a thoroughly treasured. I used to have my yellow Game Boy Color. I had the yellow Game Boy Color. That's the whole reason, by the way, that I have a yellow Switch to a yellow Switch Lite. Nice. Congrats, dude. Hail along. Yeah, so Matt here's been with the same girl since like high school, since like after high school, I think. It was like sometime around that time, I remember. Purple translucent Game Boy Color. Nice. Behind the allometer. Times 11. Heart times 11. Good shit. $11 whole years. That's insane. Has it really been that long already? I think this is how I'm gonna have my midlife crisis right now. Like, damn, it was 11 years since they got together, and 11 years since I like left Southern California too. So. I'm old. I turned the big 30 in less than a month. Well, you'll join the club at least. I'm already 30. So, there you go. You'll be in the same boat. Yes, I I get that a lot. I think it's the beard. I think it's the beard that people think I'm a lot older. Also, my skin, my current skincare, my past skincare routines sucked. So, I mean, I might have aged a little bit faster because of that. In fact, I had a non-existent skincare routine when I was growing up. Back in high school and stuff. There you go. Alright, I gotta get all that granite that fell in the water. Whee! There you go. They just had the 10-year reunion. They just had the 10-year reunion not too long ago, actually. Nice. 5 years. People think I look a lot older. That's been like the predominant theme of my life. People think that I'm older than I actually am. Like, if I were to, theoretically, if I were to, like, shave my beard off, it would be a little bit more apparent that I am maybe that young, right? But yeah, even when I was a beardless dude, I still got, like, the whole, like, looking older thing on average than the other way around. Yeah, actually, if I remember right, there's a very brief period in high school where I did successfully grow a goatee and mustache, but I was pretty young at the time. I didn't look that great, and I didn't know about, like, beard care as well as I do now. Now I have a pretty long beard. And also I discovered that my beard hair is red, so there's that too. And I have a lot of questions for that. I have a lot of unanswered questions for that, unfortunately. Wish you could grow one. Well, beard oil does help a little bit, but it can't guarantee you a growth of beard. Yeah, there are a lot of dudes that have longer beards than me that I envy. I've been trying really, really hard to, like, so the camera isn't good, but like my hair's really, really long. Like, I can grab a tuft of it and stretch it out. Like, it's way longer than it looks. And the reason is because my beard is very, very curly. I've tried everything to make my beard less curly. Less curly is the best that I can do. Even with beard oil, even with curling beard combs, like, that are basically just, like, superheated, right? Even with, like, blow drying my beard or whatever. Nope. The best that I can get is wavy. I've said it before. The best that I can get is wavy. And it's still pretty curly even then. So, beard appreciation stream. Nice. I wonder if there's, like, beard competitions, like, people, like, decorate their beards and stuff. That'd be pretty cool. It's 100%. I know there's mustache ones. I've seen the mustache ones. I've never seen, like, any for, like, that. You know what I mean? So, any for beards specifically. See how this looks. Cool. Not sure about this one. Let's just leave it open like that. Yeah, I've seen the mustache competitions where the guys' mustaches are like super duper long and they like curl, like they're like curled a lot and stuff. And I don't have much of a. I mean, I have a pretty long mustache, but I don't know. There's one guy I know that spends time at work with his mustache where like he does the curled tips, with like the balm and everything. It's cool. He also has a beard I think he has a slightly longer beard than mine. I can't tell though because it's really hard to tell because he also has a curly beard like mine. And so like when we've compared lengths, it was like I don't know. It might have been like off by like an inch, but he might be longer than me by just a little bit. Just a touch. Just a touch. He's longer than me. Let's see. I'm looking for these. Alright, hold on. I gotta place the windows properly. Tea. Nice. Oh, that reminds me. I have coffee. One sec. I forgot that I brewed some coffee. I'll be right back. I'm not gonna go be right back screen or anything. I'm just gonna stand here. I was wrong. It is in fact not done. I made coffee in like the French press. That's what it's called, French press. I'm still gonna let it sit for a little bit longer. Lol, he did that earlier. Made coffee and forgot about it. See, that's why you make iced coffee, and then even if the coffee goes bad, you can still have some. This has been my TED Talk. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Appreciate it as always. Ancient wisdom of the dwarves. Ooh, you sent it? I want to see. Wait. My rolly chair is on top of my... There we go. War. Yeah. That's awesome, dude. I fucking love this. Check this. I don't know if the chat can see it. Let's see. Nah. You can't even read it. That's alright. Anyway, it's just my name. But it's the cat meme. But we replicated it in Valheim. And Special K and Nolia took the screenshots. So, and it's for our dudes who build stream. So we do like a playthrough of Valheim every Sunday, usually at around 8:30, I would say. We're just doing like a normal playthrough of Valheim. We finally came up with a, like, originally it started as like me just playing Valheim again and deciding to stream Valheim to add like another like stream to my schedule. And then these dudes joined and now we're all involved, so normal playthrough but first building. Yeah. The last stream we spent like, well, yeah, we spent like all of like 2.5 hours or 2 hours like collecting rocks for the rampart of the wall that we built, and it was just one section of the wall. So like it was just like, just imagine like this huge moat around a huge base in the meadows, and there's just like one wall with like a roof covering on it. So we did that, and then they built, Special and Nolia built a boar pit. They got some boars back, so we got some boars again. And we're doing pretty good now in that playthrough. We were struggling for resources because we were in the swamps struggling for food and stuff, but we turned the modifier up for resources because like realistically we only play that playthrough like once a week, you know, so we don't want to spend all of our time like gathering the resources. There'd be like so many streams of just doing that for hours. There's nothing wrong with it, but you know what I mean. It's just let us build and explore instead. I think short stairs would work here. No, it's too big. How about Conan style boar wrangling? Yeah. You guys are always welcome to join, by the way. I was never opposed to it from the beginning, so. Plus, survival games, in my opinion, are always way more fun with friends anyway, so. No, don't fall. Okay. Let's do this. Hello. Come on. Not sure about this bottom part of it. I gotta grab my antwood there. Hold on. Oh. Why you no grab? Let's eat something first. There you go. Got something. What can I add to this to make it look cooler. I can't see what I'm doing here. Kitty. Kitter boy. Yeah. Who says furniture can't be used for building? Yeah, I like that. That looks a lot better, actually. Let's see, how much of this can I fit? Kitty. Okay, now I can destroy all this noise over here. Geronimo. Alright. I think I got some stuff. Oh wow, there's gold down there even. Alright. Yeah, looking good. Looking good. Yeah, that's awesome. Okay, so obligatory torch. Should it be a torch or should it be a crystal? How about this? I don't use these very often, but could work. Hold on, let's see. I don't know. This is more like a sanctuary temple kind of thing, but like this could work. I'm gonna just place one line of it and see how I feel about it. Oh, good thing I did that. I forgot this thingy. It's cute. I'm not opposed completely, but like how about instead of on the sides, it's like these. Just turn the lights. I dropped more resources down there, didn't I? Yeah, that looks pretty good. Yeah, it's a decent amount of light too. Like it's not like too how you say, like it's not too much, you know. I'm kind of getting to the point now in the game where like I don't really like a lot of like too much light, too much bright light. Like a little bit of bright light is okay. Of course it's gonna be problems right there. Hold on. How about no. Thought so. Okay, now I have to fix this whole business, though. These crown post, I think it was just 2 of these. I want to say it was. Okay, not bad. I shouldn't have done that. Now I have to remove stuff. I think it's because of the furniture too. I'm full. Alright, I'm gonna go deposit some stuff. At some point or another, I'm gonna have to find a good place for this hearth, and I have no idea at all where I'm gonna place it. How about that there? Probably time for my character to sleep anyway. Get some rest buffs.
With a ping and a pong, the fiddle strings broke, the cow jumped over the moon, and the little dog laughed to see such fun, and the Saturday dish went off at a run with the silver Sunday spoon. The round moon rolled behind the hill as the sun raised up her head. She hardly believed her fiery eyes, for though it was day, to her surprise, they all went back to bed. Oh, ho, 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 ho.
Watch me get sieged right now. Cool. Alright. Nice. And I gotta replace the counter. Oh, nope. Nope. I probably should have, like, placed that after I placed the railing. Because it's not going to let me place the railing if that's there. Alright. Well, I guess I had to get back out there. Please just sink into the ground. Thank you. Alright, now I gotta eyeball it. Yeah. All right. We got it. It took a little bit of extra effort.
Quiet.
Wait.
I see prey ahead.
What the hell? I'm so far away from where I dropped down. You can't run from me. There we go. If only I could get deer trophies. I did notice that the floor pieces snap better. I've noticed it with like a little bit of all floors. There's still kind of some like snapping weirdness that happens, you know, when you're using like something like here. Let's do jade right down here. I'm not feeling the jade for this low thing. Hold on. No. Alright. Let's just do this. Cool. Alright. Alright, dudes. So, we got this thing going on now. So there's that. Nice little walkaway. Secret entrance. Let's do... Okay. I will solve this at some point. Yeah, little secret hangout. I'll build into it a little bit more. But I just realized that I have been streaming for 4.5 hours almost, so sheesh. So I will have to stream tomorrow. And some news about that, by the way. So tomorrow, me and a bunch of other creators are going to be streaming on Steam for the game going on sale, for the Orc Hunter DLC coming out. So tomorrow, starting as early as I don't know when, I'm not sure, Steam will have the schedule. You'll see a bunch of us from the Discord community start streaming the game on Steam, and will be featured on their Steam store page as well. So I think it starts with Jubo tomorrow. I will be doing a stream tomorrow as well at noon, same time, until around 4 o'clock. And then Friday as well with the usual group with Nolia and Mariak and all those other dudes that I normally play with, Lytinian. Anyway, so come back tomorrow if you can. This has been a pretty good stream. We built quite a lot, did kind of a lot, and tomorrow I'll be doing a new playthrough, some deets to follow. So yeah, I will see you guys later. Thank you for stopping by, chatting and stuff. I really appreciate you guys, and good night. Bye. Absolutely, anytime. Alrighty, guys.